Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we are going to continue our playthrough of The Roottrees Are Dead, in particular the Root Tree Mania portion. We've gotten pretty far. They require 5 confirmations a pop going forward, so we need 2 more, plus kind of the mystery marker. But first, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Sky and Molly up in the tree. We have Sherbet, Mason, and Sammy over on the bed with some light positioned just so to give us kind of a daylight effect over there, but it isn't. And Ember just hopped over to the table because she's being quite hyperactive at the moment. Give her some ear scratches. Throat and lungs acting up a little bit today, so if I sound a little different or I cough a lot more than normal, that's a thing. That is a thing that be happening today. Alrighty. So let's see. We have a couple of elements here. Let's get our refresher. So we think this is the case. We know we have Edson Soares here. Hey, Jay. Yeah, hopefully it's just a minor thing. I think there were a confluence of events that just kind of aggravated the existing issue I have. So hopefully we'll have some fun here. So the trick here is there's something off about this. So, like, she calls herself Nia Alves. So we know who this is, but we don't know if we have everything filled in right. And we won't know until we have a lot more of them right. I think we had a picture of her in this. All right, and we know very little on this side. So we know that Elias Roottree had an affair with Bess Williams, an author of a really glowing kind of propaganda book about him as the, progenitor of the Roottree line and associated business. But after that, we've got a whole lot left to figure out. So let's see if we have anything on Clementine here that will help us. Let's see. Lost an arm. Remember, not subject to direct combat. Was in a vehicle at the time. Okay, let's just try to do a search for her. Oh, how about... Okay. I mean, I guess Operation Desert Saber lines up with that. The time she was in the army... What do we have here? Hey there, Magic Star. Welcome. Ah, military. Okay, there we go. Susan Ford. It's doing okay, Magic. I mentioned a little bit earlier, Ben, something has aggravated my cough, so... even more so than normal, if I laugh too hard or breathe too deeply or something like that, I'm going to cough, so I will try to mute before you hear me hacking into the microphone. But other than that, good day so far. Okay. So I feel confident about this one. There's still something wrong here. She calls herself Alves, but that doesn't mean anything. That might not be a maiden name. That might be part of her persona. Because it really seems like she's trying to distance herself here. Fisherman boxer. Are you a boxer who fishes? Or someone who boxes fishermen? Or both? Okay, so we know... We only know of Thomas Hughes through the arrest record. Oh, oh neat. Can swap the alternates. Did not know that. Okay, so I feel confident about that one. So this was Clark at the time, gorging on chocolate. So we know... I'm not sure... I'm not sure what you're getting at, Magic Star. Anything about this? So we have a general time period because he starts wearing green when he starts trying to get people to take him seriously. I think that is... I think that might have been one of the pictures from the first half of the game. Anything else we can spot? I wonder if Chris shows up in anything now. I feel like it's kind of hard to wear a green suit and not look kind of off. Like, I don't mean like a dark green, kind of your kind of your navy range, green versus blue kind of thing. I mean, like, I'm trying to be a cartoon leprechaun is what he seems to be going for there. Okay, so we have Susan Ford. How about... I don't want to resort to the ducky just yet. I think we might have checked for this already. Wasn't here. That's an old one. This is current events. This is tabloid. I don't think that's where she lived. We lock in the kids there. We locked in... Yeah. So, that whole area there. I would like to nail this down. Let's see. This feels like... Feels like that should be something. Defunct. Doesn't really surprise me there. If I could figure out... Okay. Oh. This... I thought I read... the rest of this isn't really making a lot of sense. Let's see here. Right. Married in 73. Okay. Okay. This skews things here. This is different. Because it's... If Nia Alves is the one that it's talking about here, that, like, if this is accurate, Nia would have been... I mean, this isn't out of the question. She would have been 21 in the picture. That's a media empire. That doesn't mean CEO. It would make sense. But this didn't trip early. It should have. What did we get from... What is it? Sonia Soares. Soares. This is an old gossip magazine. The old ones are potentially relevant here. With some of this. Okay. We're going to leave that be. I don't know where to start with this one. So here we have a series of marriages that come out of this one. They're married, they have a child. This child is married to an unknown man. They're divorced or otherwise split up, but they have a child which this couple adopts. Okay, so what could we do? What do we have that could link them? This is the book that she wrote. We know that Bess just kind of vanishes largely. Okay, this one got us a... we got that one. We're only interested in the Brazil connection for this one. So let's get this one out of here. We may regret purging some of these, but, you know, here we are. We got what we wanted out of that one. I still feel like Ruby Sprat is going to show up somewhere. Hey there, Stiggy. Welcome. Might still be useful. I get that. I feel that today, Stiggy. A little tired, and that laugh just cost me. We could get, like, pictures of this. Ugh. Just bring it into the time. So they haven't shown up in so that's online. Wouldn't be Business Watch, but let's skim through a couple here. Gotta be cautious with weight loss initiatives. You gotta kind of take it in time, you know? Yes, muted. Thank you. Had to cough up more of my lungs and use an inhaler. Got to be careful with your health. The flu over the past few months has been pretty brutal. It's in Butler County. these two don't show up in Butler County after that. I don't think Thomas Hughes appeared in anything else. What would her name have been? It's still pretty sure we checked Susan Hughes. Site. There we go. Had to look in the paper for the Grandorf School of the Deaf. It said that the Hudson wing hadn't appeared there. Since 1990. Miss Susie Ford. Okay, she did not keep her husband's name. Okay. The peanut allergy and asthma. So take those. So this will be tricky. We need to figure out which one is which. We'll search for their names elsewhere because they apparently helped with a study. But we know the youngest has asthma, so that is her picture with the floral dress here. List here. There is an implication of the stuff they have done, but okay, so by 99 it is, the guess is high school. So let's at least get that in there. So let's then look at, let's try Melissa Ford here. See if anything comes up that way. So with 2 L's. Let's use our notebook. We've got it in there. SSA Ford. About nope. Ah, thank you for indicating. I've been coughing a lot, so I'm trying to mute it when that happens, and I am forgetting to unmute it. So thank you. I am trying to find documentation on a local theater troupe in Butler County. I've developed a cough, and events of this morning has aggravated it wildly. So we're good at the moment, but I am coughing more today. And yes, Bobby, that is 2 cats. Let's see here. All right, so we're gonna go by tall format reference for Bobby here. So let's see. In the top left is Ember. She is the smallest cat. Then, bottom left, we have Mason in the top right, Sammy below him, and then on the left is Sherbet. Then bottom right in the cat tree, in front is Molly, and in the back is Sky. I am also live on Twitch, Peach. Because if we just do this, we get this marker here. Let's do high school. Nope. It's a nice kitty cat name, Bobby. We're playing a game called The Roottrees Are Dead, Peach. It is a investigation-heavy game. So there's all kinds of like data points that exist in web pages and magazines and stuff, in pictures, all this stuff. And thank you for the follow over there on Twitch, Pomegranate Overlord. Where we are filling in the names, pictures, and occupations. So we know what these two look like. We know they're high school students. Nope. Going for a different fruit for different platforms, huh? There is... We could get the local production. If we could somehow parlay this into... Oh, no. Okay. Oh, okay. So we know who it is. Heather is the one that has asthma. That's what it told us. Okay. Yeah, I'm still not a fan of the way that YouTube has changed how they handle names. Okay, in theory we have 4. We need to start dipping into this section. Because there are 2 more instances that we can get here. Because at this point we need to get 5 at a time. So we have those 3, this one, we need 1 of these. Getting the immediate child is going to be useful. We know... Keep that, keep that, keep that. We're gonna... Hey, medic. Root tree indeed. We'll keep that. Keep that around, that's useful. I think we're done with this. I think we're going to be done with this one, but we're going to keep it until that gets locked in. Same with here. I mean, Guy is kind of at the root of a majority of this, but... Right, Elias. So we know he did. Let's do some follow-up searches here. Okay, so this is a newer version than the original. Anderson Maple Farm, yeah. It's all the conflict, it's shut down. And they took down the quote from Bess's book. Relays here. That we'll go back over here. That's the old one. Okay, how about same thing there. Somehow Gwyneth Anderson relays in here, likely because of the sequence of it. We need to get some indication of that. It's the company records. Print Museum. Hey, this is where we got the picture. This is the library that So like Bess Williams, and the book is Family Man. In 1920. Okay, quick break, and then we'll continue. And we're back. Okay, we need... We could get some... Hey there, Key. If we could get a linkage between... Like, why did Bess go to Miami? And where was she before that? So around... So it's largely irrelevant. Like, this is a while after, so any association with Bess here... Let's get our notes. We're going to make one for Bess Williams. Hey there, Laura. Oh. Oh, we searched for this one, but... propaganda. We need information about Elias around 1921. And we have... Named Elizabeth. Is that in the records? I didn't think it was. Just going to do employment records here. Okay, they only go back to 1979. Oh, okay. How about Elizabeth Williams? Yeah. Oh. So again, that is potentially a red herring. So I don't want to spend too much time on that because that's the who's Beth, but it's who's Bess. So how can we place Bess Williams? Is there somebody? Man, they would have been there for a while if so. Again, another Beth to try to fool you there. Yeah, so this is after she died. Gordon. We know that this is not supposed to be relevant. Clementine, not Regina Clementine. Guy isn't really relevant here. Could it be? So we have Elias here. New, so it wouldn't likely be referenced. If we look at the older one, that's his old saying. Just do a straight lookup for this online. Doesn't give us anything with a publisher. At the moment, we are trying to crack into this, because we have to get at least one of these to get 5. Like, we've got at least 3, I think. We would need to place... We would need to place Elias around 1920. A little before that. This is, I think, the... No, that could also be the bribery one. Okay, what do we still have as a kickoff point? Well, the difficulty I'm having with that is that Bess is pretty much invisible in all of the records that I have. Like, she is the better pathway. Late 1800s, okay. That I think I have. Alright, can Molly transition this space? Molly managed to mute 2 things trying to cross that. Go this way. You are too chunky and clumsy to go that way. So it would be 1800s. And she was an author prior to that, is kind of the implication. For her to have just written 1 book, it'd be odd. Bocadoral and Miami seem to dead end. So we have that photo from outside of it. This is pretty much all I've been able to locate about her. This is further indication of the Alvarez thing, or the Alves thing. which I'm still not certain of, but... $1800s, though. Is there anything that I have that would let me relay there? Because this would have been much later than that. Recent events. I mean, technically this has something in it, but this is the overall thing, so it doesn't... It's not too shocking that it says it wants to relay off of something. Again, this is way too late for it to be relevant to Bess. So there's got to be something else we can locate here. Because her only mention online is this book. Well, this book and her death. Oh, wow. There we go. Molly found a button. Nope. So stuff was added, which is one of those things that kind of implicates it. That is an interesting choice that they've made there, Lore. Though, I mean, I guess it's not too far off from odd slippers, you know? Yeah, it's okay. So there is a... If we could get something more about this than just it doesn't exist anymore. Ah, hey there, drunken dwarf. Been a while, I think. All right. Oh. How's learning coding going for you, Drunken Dwarf? Eagle Enterprises. Spotlight. They've moved handling of the trust outside of the immediate family. It's gonna Decisionitis. I remember that there were like skits about that. I feel like this is still, they're still being terribly vague. All right. I'm pretty sure I've searched for that. Joke, secret root tree. Widely shared website where you could fill in your own name and it would just say no and show Clark giving you the finger. It's kind of the issue with the hint system is that it will point you at an incredibly vague thing like, hey, have you looked at the synopsis of the game? You haven't searched for everything there. Oh, I haven't searched the synopsis, which is, here is everything. Like, here is the entire kickoff event. Unauthorized biographies. Hey, Brenda. Went to a private school near her hometown. Let's just do a search on that. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Okay. That's dumb. That's why this one didn't click earlier. She's a media mogul. Yeah, she goes to like shareholder meetings and whatnot with various companies, but you know, that's completely different. All right, Duck, keep going. Actually. That's a good one. Lisa Clementine doesn't reveal a result. Ah, Lisa Lincoln. Veterans. Professor at West Point. Short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. Okay, so she is a teacher now, listed as a professor. Okay, that's a good hint. Keep going, Duck. Yes, I do. Yes, I want information. Here. Oh. And the Miami. Oh. That's a good one. Finally, the duck is doing work. Okay. Now we've got a kickoff point. I just... That is reasonable. Like, that is a good one. Because it's in the name. It is a merger of the names. Article about Bess Williams. This build mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Bidding war for the expansion of the library was won by Wildcat Construction. Okay, we're gonna So this is well after. Scene about the expansion earlier under the headline Constructing a Better World. Soldiers and veterans. Where Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let the soldiers handle it. That essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it would cause an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Let's just do Frank Williams. We're just going to run these down. Yep. Okay. Built, and we know he was at the dedication, so if we can get an image. Because this... Okay. Which just gives us the same thing. This is a step forward. Let's relay into this again. Oh. Oh, this could be the family. Okay, okay. go. Took me a moment to connect Williams. Cross died in 1966. Here we go. Okay. When his family died in a hurricane. Born Joker and shining light to those veterans needed. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Okay. Let's get that photo. Juggling hammers. Okay, we have Frank Williams. He was in construction. There we go. Media mogul. Okay, and this is Ophelia. Okay, they had a child who was orphaned. No. I'm sorry. Yes. They had a child who is married, has a kid. They adopt that kid. Okay. His daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay. So... back here. Let's try Sharon Williams here. Oh, wow. This relays really well. Okay. Here's a motivational speaker online. 3 different testimonials. Corporate retreats, church events, school assemblies. Worth the look. Okay, let's get her picture. All right, we need Greta Jones. Okay, that doesn't help. How about WQTV 12? Yeah, but I figured I'd see if they had one of those snarky a game developer messages in the game. Web presence. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs. How about this? Copy. Virgin, Illinois. How about... There are, for whatever reason, over 30 Springfields in the United States. Okay. Okay. This is a daisy chain one. Okay, we have from here. We know it's in Coconut Grove. Oh, no. How about... I don't think there's a Springfield in Florida, but hey, it could be. Brave. No. All right. Let's just do some other relays here. It's not in Florida in that scenario. Nope. Let's see. Let's could be anywhere. Well, I'm not. This is probably not right. Okay. I'm thrashing a little bit. Like I'm. Okay. So then we need copy this. Come on now. I have to type around Molly. Show I did a little work on the code flow on the doors. That's what we will be doing when we revisit. Come on now. To Springfield. There we go. Retta Flores. Huh. What was that? Okay. Retta Jones before her divorce. Okay. Gone through to simply figure out her current name. It's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour. Tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. A book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by... Okay. Transcript of a story she told on stage, published in a book. Two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. Asking, ran away from home. Between Sherry the Brat and Sharon the Beauty? Is it nature, nurture, better education, different opportunities? Answer is nothing. There is no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Oh, okay, okay. We'll okay. Because here. Okay. So this is Barb Williams. This is a Sherry, but we don't know her last name. Well, certainly Sharon. Then picture. There we go. She is a motivational speaker. It is one of the satisfying things about this kind of game is finding a puzzle piece. You know what you're looking for. Like there's a shape and you know it, and it's just a matter of seeing it. Public speaker. Okay. So now we have a Sharon. We don't know. Let's... Okay, let's... Okay. Let's clear up some pages here. Might I regret some of this? Yes, but yeah, here we are. Media mogul. Okay, Sharon Williams. All right, we'll... Sharon Williams. Once church. Harrison. Biker who died was her son-in-law. And Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. Notes. So let's do lanes across America. Of Drew. Say Drew Smith. Andrew Smith. Part of a photo of Andrew Smith. Make sure it's not going to whine about that. Yep. Hey. Additional relay points. Isabel Crosby. Let's try to bounce from there. Okay. They're just kind of declaring that that doesn't really go anywhere. Okay, how about Sharon Smith? So the dead part in the story was the first half up here. We are now looking at infidelity and tracing out more folks. Still a lot there. I've discovered more lines on the parchment. It's over. But my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. That is the adoption, reinforcing the adoption. Sherry's hair. Now, Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. Get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. Mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Okay. There's a lot going on here. Okay. So, her current husband, as of the time of this article, is Pete Jastrzemski. Oof. TRZ. That's a tough one. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. Always interesting, especially with the alphabet that we use for English, that a lot of other languages use it, and the same letters have sometimes wildly different sounds. Like, English doesn't really have a good use for things like X, Z, C, and K. They tend to be they're kind of duplicate letters in English. So, C can be K or S. X can be Z or X in some cases, but generally that's not the pronunciation, that is the name of the letter. Brings about our kids. Cricket York is near the end. Entire section dedicated to her. Actress on a local television show called Liberty Library, maybe? That her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. Okay. If this game did not have this notebook, it would be bad. That is, the lack of this is what made Scene Investigators harder than it needed to be. Okay. Okay, so it's not Sherry Jastrzemski, so let's... Okay, so yeah, this was the charity. Then this is Pete. Could be Peter. This is one of the things that is frequently wrong, is that your name can be Pete, and it doesn't have to be short for Peter. It is a frequent assumption that like Chris, Pete, that kind of thing, that those have to be shortened names. That is not true. Your legal name can be the short name, and it may never have been the longer name. Strzemski. There is a picture we can get of him. She is a hairdresser. Okay, so this would be Tony Smith. Oh, tricky. Anthony. And then there. Okay, yes. Okay, so this is going to be Mark Smith. And then Cricket. Her current name is York, but that's what it was changed to, and she is an actor. Okay, if Tony is the oldest... Oh, no, this is weird. Let's go back to this. 1987. If it was M-A-R-K, then I could see them trying to pull that. M-A-R-C is in there with, like, you know, your... It's a specific spelling kind of thing. It's across America. Hey, Risen. All right, let's try Library Library. Adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Liberty. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. Includes textbook manufacturers like Arithmetic, tutoring companies such as EduC8TU, Educate to You. Ugh. Find it's syndicated in a few markets. In the southern U.S. and in New Hampshire for some reason. Most children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. Works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. Even a web ring. Well, that's cute. The puppet poof tail. Okay, so then this is Cricket. It's got to be something we can relay into to get the rest of that picture. Textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks and their 5th. Schools were complaining that the 2 editions seemed remarkably similar, yet they were charging almost double for the new edition. Oh, shocking. So between the 2 books, there were only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 instances were changes from 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem where the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. That is they did a find and replace. Tutoring service. Provided tutoring for all the actors and actresses of the show to accommodate their shooting schedule. Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled Cricket and Her Brothers. Absolutely. I feel like I remember a math textbook with the water droplet in concentric rings. Now, that's a very generic image, but that really sparks a memory. Don't find much else, except there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who were deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits of each episode. One writes, "I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on." Okay, we also have the implication of the baseball here. I'm guessing this is the demon girl or something. You and then you. Do that one. Okay, there's got to be a linkage going on further here. So we need to know more about them. It's the Little League team is nationally recognized. That just says he was on a Little League team. Okay, so let's look up some folks here. Letters. Oh, with a C. These are terribly generic names. Okay, what else we got? Ha ha ha! Nice. Yeah, how about eater eat? Nope. Still got some relay we can do here, but actress. So we've got images of them. Let's... Okay, they're still young. They're still very young. Let's try this for now. We would still need her picture. We don't actually know how young they are, actually. But given the age markers here, I believe we're sitting in like 2000. I mean, that's got to put her in like low double digits. Yeah. So in those pictures, they're still students. We could have markers there if, like, she is listed as a actress, like specifically she does that. We need a picture of their mom. Because we have this. Okay. Oh, not that. So I know we searched this. Now it is LAA. It was for previously, okay, how about lanes across Miami? There we go. pages and pages of articles you found earlier to only those with a more in-depth history of the charity. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be her.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again.
You think?
Also,
Oh, something really strange happening.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
Okay. That is a DNA test happening.
Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Alright, let's see. That's Peter. That's her mom. That's a secondary for her. All possible root trees and input your deductions. Oh. Okay, so this is a constant indication I've had is that Ruby is a root tree. But oof, the markers, that's going to be tough. Okay, so Okay, so there was a DNA test at the end. This is why I kept this. 1 second. What am I? Okay. Okay, so this one ended in they weren't actually a root tree by a DNA test. And now we know that it seems like Ruby is messing with the DNA. So we have potentially that Beatrice Watts is Anonymon here. And that Jane Doe Root Tree is Ruby Spratt. This is a possible path here. I'm just going to wing it with the check marks and whatnot based on what I remember. Okay, we would need to get... So I'm going to run with this here. Again, if I get this wrong, I get this wrong. That's fine. I wonder if what we're implying here is that David Fellows I think he might not be. Flavio I was looking at and like, let's see if I can get the picture. There is a decent resemblance, but like, we're like I said, we're gonna just kind of wing some of this. I feel like there's a stronger resemblance to Edson here. There's still a strong chance. We're looking for, at least as a first pass, obvious tells, you know? Like, there's very little resemblance with David Fellows here. 5 Ps, as it were. These two look mostly like their mother from what we can see. See, if it were Stuart here, it would make more sense if that was as a result of infidelity. Because Miracle and his whole line are very blonde. Or at least seemed to be. Does that rule them out? No. Because we have here, but that's... We can see a distinct hair color difference, child to adult, you know? I am actually inclined to believe this just because of Gwyneth being able to hold something over Elias. At the time, she was a secretary, but I don't know if she still is. Let's look at that. It is unlikely that both of them are. And she didn't like the idea of switching partners when she was there. I get the impression that neither of these is. But we'll... Like, if I could keep all of my notes, this would have been more straightforward, but no. See, I'm going to say... Ooh. Oh, that's different. Okay, okay, there's more to this. Okay, good on them. Yes. So by the time she shows up, she has adopted Stuart. So the question is Mark. So we know it's not Edith, it's Edith's sister bails him out, I think. I think it's Edith's sister is what that was. Toasterita. Yeah. So Lucinda and Edith were somebody... Yeah. they did kind of the sting operation. To me, that implies a blood relation. But let's skim along here. Same article as before. Yep. Okay. If it was, isn't Miracle dead now? Let's just do a quick look here. Nope. He's still alive. Given the nature of this, I'm going to say that he is. Because Miracle is still around. So we have... I mean, you would want to be able to get closer to the actual individual that was there. Because it's not like you're going to have as strong a genetic linkage all the way back. The fact that they have Bonnie's hair to work from will help them with Guy's descendants. But everyone else, there's going to be enough like genetic drift going on that it's going to be harder. So I think he is, and it's primarily because of Tostarito here. Is there any other marker here? Okay, 1971. Lucinda and Edith. Edith marries Miracle Jr. Okay, it would have had to be... So 1950s would have been Stewart. He's already present. No. Trying to puzzle here. Okay, she visits at this time, and that's when, like, within a year, is when supposedly she adopts. So this is within range. So the first visit's in 1949. And then if we look at 1950, so the 1951 would have been Mark. Mark is within range. But Stuart wouldn't be. And it lines up. It lines up. So I'm going to say yes. And we have him around to test. We don't have anybody around to test here. There is too much drift. So might be, but we can't tell. And because of that, it ripples down. Well, the ripples down is already happening. There is a really, really strong chance that her kids are from Guy. And that is testable. They are twins, so they are either children of Hughes or not. We don't really know whether he was paranoid or not. But she is very present in this period. Like, she is present in the period that he is trying to be taken seriously, as well as prior to that. So this is pre-trying to be taken seriously by journalists and book authors. And then in the other one that Susan is present, he is in green, when he is shifting his public persona. So it is within range. When were they born? Do we have a good indication of that? I don't think we ever had an indication of allergies, which could be heritable, but let's look at our employment records here. Okay, it's 1982 that she's no longer employed. Let's look at our listings here. Piketty, page 2. Company records in the Grandorf home. Same thing. Okay. It's 81. Okay, and this is an indication he sent his mistress. I'm gonna say, I feel like this one is very plausible. And if one is, the other is. the fact that she axed that guy implies to me that there is a possibility here. There is a strong visual linkage to them, but we do have enough physical characteristics to blend. So there isn't a, boy, they look so different, it's implausible. But his presence there, the fact that we very strongly have the indication here, but this is the fact that she, like, that their marriage was fake and they did not even live together. So it is unlikely that this child would have been from her husband. Let's just go through them here. Haven't found this clue yet. Ooh. It is not a certainty, but to me, this strikes me as a flavor that they're trying to sell elsewhere. Really looks like Shigua instead of like strawberry and caviar I could identify, but we haven't searched for this, have we? Chinese word for watermelon. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Okay, this is an indication that he was visiting Roottrees, China in 80 and 81. Terrified to move, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. So part of it was the move to the U.S. Could be an indication of her wanting to go and be with Guy. That is a implication. But there's also just the cultural aspect. Just make sure I'm thing. Hey Donald, welcome. There's more to this. Let's relay through some stuff here. Why Lucy? Because it's here. Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. I gotta... Company located in New York. Lucy Lang is the lead synergy engineer who is listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. As far as you can tell, CSSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed on their sites as former clients. You recognize their names, but none of them are related to your search. Just gotta... Grew up in Arkansas, oldest of 4 children. New company managed to eliminate over 200 redundant positions. The gin and tonics. Seemed to be much else about her other than her name and that she performs as a soloist on the song called Like the Wind. Featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. We will search for them in periodicals here. Hey, let's just want to make sure that we don't miss an opportunity here. Grew up in China. Why Lucy? Could just be a choice to you know, acclimate. So there's more about her that we can get. Xinyu Lang. Let's look her up again. Know that there was her. There we go. $47, first of 2 children. So it's 88. It's 80 and 81. Yeah. I've encountered a lot of folks that do that because of... I have to imagine at the very at the bare minimum, it can be irritating to have people constantly mispronounce your name. So it's less of a hassle. There's also just more a blending in factor that can come into play. And then sometimes it's just you like the other name better. Never underestimate preference. Gimmicks. I want to look up when thing. Yeah, she does, like, it indicates that she really wanted to come over here. She had a lot of stuff that she kind of soaked up. Personally went over the Roottrees family, owner of textiles. Okay, so her father was involved in the conversations. And his brother took control in 1986. Okay, so the development money... So 1979 was the initiative. We know he was spending money on it 80 into 81. I think I already did this search, but let's do it again. Here we go. New at the time medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 19... So this was one of the aspects, is that she was big on IVF. Time. CEO of LinkTree was Henry Lingbo. And her husband could not have children. attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid them to have the child of the married couple implanted in his oldest daughter, who was unmarried. Their services were in some cases falsified. Okay, even further down the well. Okay, we're gonna... Now, this could be a cover, again. This government... will sometimes claim they performed IVF when they did not. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful pregnancy. So we have 5 instances of IVF that were apparently faked, but there's only proof of one, and that one is not what we're dealing with here. So this is meant to be a strong marker a strong possibility that Lucy is still Guy's child. Shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon. That doesn't look great for them. Okay, when did they do this? Okay, though. So, in 1979 is when this would have happened, which was about the time that Roottrees was visiting, is when the IVF would have happened. So, 1979 in October. Summer of 79, okay. That one. I don't think we're going to have anything about her. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is... The strong implication here is that it was. They were known to do it. It lines up with the time that Guy would have been out there negotiating. Actually. But see, the expenses are an 80 and 81. Because I thought all of his expenses were supposed to be where he is when he is traveling. And it's not like he would have been... It wasn't like he was going to come out there for, like, the factory, because there is no factory. It's just bulk import. So, she really wanted to move to the U.S. We have a real sleaze of a guy shows up. There's a really good chance he could manipulate her in that scenario. Or that he would at least try. I'm gonna say that she is. I'm thinking that the in vitro was a cover. Chef signature, plated loaf, company record, Steve Garland. Same chain of them. And So this is the one about, let's see. Okay, so Guy has her as a secretary, brings her to a swingers party. She doesn't seem comfortable switching partners, but we also know that she eloped with a caterer due to a pregnancy. Let's hop on back. Okay, this is that the older brother is from an affair. Yeah, bankrolled by the king. Okay. So, him, but not him. Okay. We know that. We know that. So it would have been... Died in... That would have been... 22. In 22. But... Died in 26. Okay. The library was built later. That implies surprise monies. When was that book published? Printing. Published 1920. Okay. That is definitely within range. Okay. So she produces a book that is like fawning over the guy. It is published in 20. Then let's see if we have indication of time. So that's the lisp that is indicated. No marker of when. But it says it was around 1921. That scans. But he's already dead. So we can't do a DNA test on him. But... And we can't do a DNA test on... We can't get DNA from Elias or any of the others. So we know he had a child here. That's second degree. This strongly scans, but we can't DNA test him. He's already dead. Could we DNA test? Because we have his twin. What are they? What are the rules here? There's more to uncover about Ruby, who is a... She's like a lawyer. See, I think he's a fake. Because it's implied like, oh, Anonymom's story is really similar to David's story. But what if it's the other way around? That his story is actually Anonymom's story. Like, they're around at this time, but... No, but this is DNA test. This is DNA testable. Is it that it's impossible to prove without a DNA test, is what they're saying. This is based on the story, them saying, yes, he is. Because what I get from this is, no, I'm certain they're not. I'm not sure if they are. No, he's got to be. Because it's definitely not his kid. These might be. We don't actually know if he had children through her. And around that same time, she's married. He says he doesn't think they're his because he finds out about the affair. We know he was hanging out with Bess a lot, and Gwyneth suspected an affair. I feel like this is actually a strong possible because of the money. The fact that a library was being built, had extras attached to it, screams that that's like, okay, there's another person here. Wow. it's so part of my thought here, like the reason that I think Ruby Spratt is one of them is because of like her backstory. She is from the same general place as 5Ps. Their stories are the stories of Anonymom are very similar. The DNA test comes through for 5Ps, but not for Jane Doe. But we find out that Ruby seems to have tried to destroy DNA evidence. We need her picture. We have an alternate picture of her. We want a picture of... Did we ever do this? Well, we did. Anonymom the Anonicon. Worked as a manager at a department store. Courtney May. Okay, we'll relay off of this. Okay, we need a Courtney May copy. Courtney May Watts. Yeah. Ow. Ah. This in Anonymom for now. Tell you're one of only a few hundred people who have visited. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottrees. She's posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on News Time. Jane Doe Roottrees, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover. Oh. Ryan and Cork. Ruby Sprat may not be the one, but what is Ruby's connection? Diabetes and works at a department store. All right. He is working in retail now. And May Newton, so that makes it Danny Newton. Actually, 1 second. One of them is a paramedic. The implication might be that she is a paramedic. Is that a listed one? That is a vague profession. But she's a nurse. I gauge that entirely by the fact that she's wearing scrubs in the picture. Okay. Why is Ruby Sprat involved, though? Is he called in the picture? Danny, wasn't it? Probably a Girl Scouts thing. More about Ruby. Let's go back here. Clan said trust article is what it leads you here. Articles into Business Watch. You know, there was another article about her. There was some sort of thing that she presented at. Let's check and see here. This is one of the times it explicitly doesn't say the lyrics don't matter. So Ruby gave a speech about effectively the evils of money. So this is really antagonistic towards them. Now this is, I believe, it's 5-piece. So this is after he steps out as a supposed heir. Davy's 17th birthday involving a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show. Okay, so with this one, it's an indication that the birth date is wrong. So, Joanna Robertson in the employment records. Right here. So she is fellows as of 1976. So she has married who? She has married Riley Fellows as of 76. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox. Oh. Fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. Yeah. Heavy focus on wealth inequality. She approached them. So shortly after the publication of the fact that there were holes in the family story, that there were unknown root trees having shown up, she approached them and said, hey, I can help with your legal troubles. So I'm indicating that he's not. Grew up with her until he was 16, but she didn't come home. Okay. Whether he was 16 or 17 is a marker of relevance here. Because 76 is when she is when she gets married. And that the stories are very parallel. As in the timing and whatnot. Still something more to find in 2 different spots in here. Ws. Good shot. Joanna Fellows or Joanna Robinson? Okay, so if he was 16 or 17, the reason being that if he's not... There's got to be a window that we're dealing with here. Okay, so 76, she is present and she marries. Look at... Okay, 77, she's not working there anymore. So 76, she's married. 77, she leaves. All right. When did he come forward? He was 16 when his mom dies. Ryan and Cork. Come on now. Ah. Unremarkable law firm based in North Carolina. Winston Ryan and Gregory Cork. Mostly handles local cases and recently represented Anonymom. DNA test. Adrian Rowland, PhD. Okay, let's look up the company. Pronounced Dynat-ic-o. Dynatico. Dynatic-o. Fairly cutting edge. Method by which they test samples has only come into standard in the last decade. A legal idea, which is why David instead of Felix. And Bonnie Kellogg. Wait a minute. This guy Hudson is dead, and there is no known DNA source for Guy. They tested his hair versus a hair sample sent from the Roottrees. It's listed as Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person. Okay, let's look at that name again. Adrian Rowland. Let's search periodicals for them. This lines up. But we know that she tossed the hair. We'd have to get the other results. Here we go. Oh, no. They listed as Jane Doe because they did not collect it themselves. They took it at the word of the Roottrees. But the next time around they list it as Bonnie Kellogg. But that both of those things are not collected directly. And it just says example. Why would it say example? This is a photocopy. Okay, yeah, it's printed out. Okay, so we already have an idiosyncrasy here, or an inconsistency. This is explicitly entered. That shouldn't be. 98530. Okay, it's just the way they note it. Okay, so the test is manipulated. David instead of Felix. It's on their legal ID. One or 2 weeks after that before she quit. So she dies before he's an adult. So she dies when he's 16. He goes into foster care. Or okay. Okay, so if he's 17 in 92, no, first release of his first mixtape. We have to get a marker of when. Discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on the references. So if it was 92, okay, his second one is in 96. So 3 years prior. We don't have an indication of which songs were on it. This one, I believe, is the operative one here. So 92 and 94. In that range. So supposedly the 17 song is on his first mixtape. And it's relevant as to whether he was 16 or 17 at the time. Can't remember which article that was in. Okay, let's see. If he was 16 at the time that the song was written, and it was in 92, then that would put him in range to be when she was working there. So when that song Okay. I just... References popular movie from 92, White Men Can't Jump. Yeah. Had to have been re-released in 1994 at the earliest. Okay. Okay, so if he saw the movie when he was 17, then that would put it at 80... 75. Okay. Okay, let's... 75. Let's... When... Okay, she leaves in 77, and she is married in 76. So if he watched it when he was 17, then that would still put it within range. Since she would have been working under... Guy Hudson has replaced Ernst Madsen Jr. as special management. Okay. 77 is when Guy takes over. So there is a particular window. So she is working there in 76 to 77. But if he is 17 and has watched it, then he would have been born in 75. Which would have been before the period when she was his secretary. That's when Guy starts sleeping around. But when was she hired? Okay. She is present as of 75. Under Zach. And he is not present in office staff in 75. At all. So if he is born in 75, that puts Guy out of the running to have been in contact with his mother. Yep. Okay. And I think she is. Because there are idiosyncrasies on it between her having tossed DNA evidence and that the sheet has it as this is first person. We collected it ourselves instead of it being indicated as Jane Doe. Two more to confirm. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Okay, okay. That's right. Two ends. Paris. Died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden, severe case of pneumonia. Recently released for the first time on home video. Came out that she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s. Okay. Someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they themselves did not receive it from that parent. Their children and their grandchildren will also never have it. 30 to 50. Okay, Huntington's disease is relevant. Same list. Okay. Jane to keep her from running out when banned. Worst Wild Bill. Okay. So they both went off the radar pretty heavily. Yeah, that was before the time there. Oh yeah, these are the old ones. Okay. Make sure there's not any change there. Right in the 60s of Huntington's. Then 7 years after, a sudden and severe case of pneumonia. Oh, no, not that. Nope, nope. Should be some way I can relay off of this. Okay, so Wild Bill. We're going to go a little longer, but quick break. I want to try to resolve at least one more thing, you know? Buttons. All right, a little bit longer. Okay, so let's just... Run 3 days in a row, can remember his lines. The rumor that his divorce to Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. For his role. Okay, so this is an updated one. In his 70s, still lives in Paris and still in perfectly fine health. The rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. That seems appropriate today. Never contact her or the kids again. Okay, so this marker is that this is implying that since Huntington seems to be relevant, it's not coming from Bill. Since if it was, he would already be showing symptoms. Yeah. The implication here is either Gwen died of this, or explicitly didn't. So that once the chain is broken, it's fully broken. Okay. Then... Bill is relevant. Should just be our, yeah, here. Okay. And again, so if either of them have contracted it, but Gwyn didn't have it, Gwyn is not their mother. Movies that flopped during the height of Roottrees Mania. It was announced that it was slated for re-release. Then they canceled it. Okay. There should be a relay off of this, unless it's off of a completely unrelated piece of evidence. But so far, it's been pretty reliable. Where could he be in? Guys Like Us is the overlap here. Just make sure. Okay. So this gives us Leslie Florence that it relays into. So we might not be going fully in order here. So let's just root around. About Ronald Roottrees. Let's just... I believe we've done that search before, but... Ronnie, isn't it? He was in... baseline evidence here. President Ron Roottrees. Okay, it's Ron. Truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. release a movie about it someday. They be in the age range for that? They should be in the age range that could trigger this. So if we could get more information about Gwyn, that would be useful here. Public record. Held a preliminary vote after he died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron to take over because of his experience with the production company. Seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut it to remove Robbie. Ron. Okay. Need to somehow relay from Robbie into something further. He doesn't show up in the tabloids. So this one is because of, let's... So Leslie Florence is here. We could, if there was anything else about her, that'd be great. All we know about her based on this immediately available information retired almost immediately after. Like 1960s would have been early but possible. So she had 2 kids, is the thing. There's something further we can relay off of here. Silver screen. It's Christmas mission. She favors the grave. Emphasizes he liked blondes. What would the relationship be? So one possibility is that the first kid is not hers. So that in that scenario, Ron wouldn't be a root tree. Both of the kids might not, can't, like, both of the kids could be hers, which makes them root trees. So this seems odd. We know she was pregnant, but we don't know that it's these 2. By implication, it always lists all of them, but there could be another series of threads that branch out. Guys Like Us remake from RR Productions. Movie news. Logo is a cow on a film canister. Cameron Diaz in the role originated by Gwen, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. Remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who is speculated to be Ron Roottrees, dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor. Okay. Wouldn't show up in Business Watch, but you know. Okay. 2 more pieces to find with them. Just for funsies. Hey. There's a strong implication that they are, you know? Like, she definitely had 2 children. Well, I'm sorry. She definitely had 1 child and was pregnant a second time. Molly has come to sit with me. let's look up Clark again and see if there is a kickoff we can do here. Six pieces. Let's jump there. So if one of the implications is if both of them are sick with that, then they couldn't be her kids. But if she didn't die of it, if he contracts it, if they both contract it, then they're definitely her kids. If she got it, it's just kind of. Really seems like they have to be. Like, I'm reaching. I need to be done. I don't. I don't have all of the clues. I'm sure that there was a case we could make that one of them wasn't, but...
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind Clark's handling the business. But I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by some, but that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed.
All right, let's go.
We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women.
So we know with these, that was the case. Actually, these should have been true. He paid her off. He paid her off a lot. This was in vitro, but it was paid for by that company.
He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
Oh.
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women
Oh.
he was paying, which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Let's start
I like
with
that.
Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories. Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Yep.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans.
Yep.
Dare I say redheads, even? When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son.
Okay.
Mark.
That's a connection that I wasn't paying attention to. Is the sister moved to the U.S. and was working on that wing of the business. That scans. Yep.
Sonia Alves was
I like how much it connects
Mia
afterwards,
was married
you know?
at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others.
The 5-piece thing is so good. That's an excellent full circle. That is an excellent full circle.
Last
I'm liking
was
how
Susan
this is
Ford,
wrapping up, Keith.
hired to
Even though
translate
I
for
didn't
Guy's
get
overseas
everything
trips.
like
It's easy
spot
to read
on.
into Guy's donation to her school,
it's once it
but
gets
there's no
rolling,
definitive
they make
proof there.
sense. Right.
She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
Oh. Oh. This is still excellent. The looping it back into 5 pieces is really good. And details like this, it's still 5 pieces, but they double it because they're twins. And that it was payoff money.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975.
All right.
Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer.
They
Ruby
were in the
Spratt.
same foster program.
They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Okay, that's what I was trying to find. Was that he performed on the stage in one of the things that she was there for.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
Oh, I didn't notice that detail. The markers are different.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match.
Another good marker.
After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely.
It notes where he found the pictures. There was also a hairbrush of hers.
On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, They were both advocates of wealth redistribution.
Yep, her valedictorian speech and his
A noble effort,
track were both
but
very
once they
much
controlled the
stick it to
family
the rich.
fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager
is a
to
lot of money.
personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims. That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts.
That's
Her
a good
tales of
handle, even
guys'
if she didn't
parties
come
and
up with it
payoffs were
herself.
true.
Anonymom.
She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion.
It's a weird circumstance with the house there, Key. For one, the guy is the place doesn't change between the first and second halves of the game unless a whole new wing or floor has been added behind you in this in the room. But he has received Sam's share of the trust. So this guy is wealthy now. So clearly he does this because he likes to. Well, your POV character does it because they like to. But yeah, the fact that it's a mechanical gameplay concession to just have the door open and show them. Much easier than, trying to blip them into the room or something. But it also, in addition to it being like this universal character, like this character living here and they are famous for doing what they do, the fact that it didn't change after the payout and that nobody wants to enter the room creates kind of a cryptid vibe, doesn't it? It's, what did they call them? Like they called like a lineage genie or something like that. It's just this place where there's this guy that'll do stuff for you. But it's the fact that they don't enter. Again, it's perfectly plausible. Well, when Sam initially approaches you, though, it seems like she approached you because of your reputation. Clark says it was hard to track you down, but they initially weren't working together. And Clark doesn't strike me as, like, super competent. Like, he's not stupid, but he's got kind of a goober vibe, you know? I know. I like the fiction that there is something strange about the place. Like it's one of those mysterious Chinese pop-up shops full of cursed items. Yeah. That makes sense there, Matic. She was looking for somebody with that reputation. He tried to find that specific person. But I feel like that lends to the fiction then. It's not that there's this person. It's if you're looking for this thing, you will find them. Or you will be caused to find them. That's the real secret of the Roottrees. Elias was a vampire patriarch. It's only when Gwyn found out about Bess that she staked him and the whole thing kicks off.
I feel worst for her in all of this.
Also, very much guys' features.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottrees was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine. Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. If that's not enough on its own...
Tostarito Jacobson is a strong connection.
He was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest.
I love... That is still excellent.
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
Nice.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done. Like, my son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Yo. Okay.
Lastly,
pretty much on target.
A bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is.
Okay, explain this to me.
When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it.
Okay, searching through his wife. That would have been the thing to do.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation.
Okay, so the child that she had in that was Leslie's child. She was pregnant with Robbie. Okay.
Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden.
Okay, cool.
She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy.
That's a good little shuffle step there, is getting the timing for
lay
that
low, she
with the
stayed in
announcements.
Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together.
Yeah, Wild Bill didn't seem like a great guy. I mean, he's not Guy Hudson, but still. He's in the running, you know? Guy would have been an aspirational figure. Alternately, Guy Hudson heard about what Wild Bill did and was like, hold my beer.
Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
All right, well, so far, that's the one I missed.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation.
And that is a good loop back on their narrative, on their character arcs, is Ron finding out that he's not a member of the family after trying to essentially get his brother thrown out for being an embarrassment to the family.
Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby. All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all
Welcome to the truth.
Very carefully. But we couldn't, and with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end.
Nice.
What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Ah, nice. Very nice. Again, this sort of revived my interest in this style of game. Scene Investigators was a lot of fun. This is better executed. If Scene Investigators had this sort of interface, like the tools, the notebooks, the searching, that kind of thing, it would have been a better game. I think that sort of good gameplay and presentation are critical. Oh, man. Yeah, that is a good thing the music is off, Matic. Ugh. Let's see. I think I'm going to, for our next game stream, I'm going to do a little intermediary stuff. I saw some good puzzle games, a couple of good ones, so I might fire up one of those. But then I have a great big ball of other investigation games that we can start to, pull things out of. There will be another coding stream this week. This coming week, not 100% on when. But, yeah, I'd like to play a puzzle game. Games like A Little to the Left and some of the kind of lighter and fluffier nonogram ones, I really like. I don't want to do a giant Sudoku or something like that, but I do enjoy nice little cerebral puzzles. So, aside from a couple of moments in the second half, as far as the data goes, the one thing, I would say there is one thing that is obnoxious to me in this. Everything else, in hindsight, like, oh, that works. Media Mogul was BS. Media Mogul was BS. But especially here at the end where they played through the stuff. I rushed the Ron and Robbie. I definitely rushed it, but frankly, we are at the stage where it's like, no, we need to be done. I'm not doing another stream of just this. I like this. I still love the moments where it's stuff like a game developer out of this location. Little Easter eggs that you could find. Yeah. Like, they either need to be really fuzzy in the selections unless the thing is explicit, or they need to have broader selections, you know. Anyhow. Great game. If you like investigation games, that is a solid entry. I like that sort of thing where you're like piecing the information together. As for, like I said, next thing gonna be like puzzle games. Then I have a whole bunch of them queued up. We might go with some lighter, fluffier ones for it. Did I get the... There's one that I wanted... I'll have to look it up again, but there's another Duck Detective one. That one was fun. What's one that I wanted to fire up? Looking for it. It's listed here somewhere. But again, let's see. Oh, my brain. So there's like Happy Nuclear is an investigation game. Hey, Salami. Welcome. We are just wrapping up, but thanks for swinging by. I had it loaded. Anyway, there's like a just broad scope puzzle game that didn't install correctly. Okay, that's why. Called Strange Jigsaws that we're going to play next. No worries. Again, thanks for swinging through, Salami. Thanks for swinging through, everyone. I hope you had a good time. And we'll do this while we go. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, that kind of thing. All of those buttons are generally good, and I would appreciate it if you press them. If you'd like to consider helping financially support the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means, as well as by options that are available through the link tree that you can find in my bio and video descriptions. But with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, folks, and I'll see you next time. Hopefully I'll get it scheduled in advance.